Hello and welcome to Tomb Raider Underworld to do my annual 2026 playthrough. For this playthrough we're doing a dual pistols only challenge. So the rules are Lara must use the dual pistols for combat, banned things, melee attacks, motorbike kills, adrenaline headshots, and when we get Thor's hammer we're not allowed to actually use it for combat. Exceptions are for situations or required for clearing obstacles. So if we need to use Thor's hammer to destroy an object, we can do it for that purpose, but when it comes to actually killing enemies we can't use the hammer. Also, when it comes to the Thrall enemies, they also can't be melee attacked unless it's the final finishing move, because the only way to actually finish them off is to do that. So I can do that as an exception. We're going to watch the previously video. When this game first came out, Tomb Raider Legend had actually been out for 2 years. So the game that came out after Legend was Anniversary, and that game is a remake of Tomb Raider 1 but also a prequel to Legend. And so for Underworld, because it had been 2 years since the end of Legend, they decided to add a recap video. So I'm going to play that, but when I do my annual playthroughs I do them in chronological order, so I've already done Anniversary and Legend.
You never have to be cold, my Lara, if you don't want to be.
No, get back!
What's happening, Mother?
Lord, what is it? Oh God, no!
Mother! Mother!
Lara Croft, meet Jacqueline Nadler.
It was you. You were the Queen of Atlantis. Once. I cannot die, you fool!
I think this stone unlocks the door.
The door might be trapped.
We're trapped.
I think Amanda might not have died down there.
You idiot! You ruined everything!
Makes sense right this second, or I swear I'll execute you where you stand.
I told you!
Where is my mother?
Avalon! She's not dead!
And we're just playing on Tomb Raider difficulty, which is normal. Hello there, Ryu. Hope things are going well. The game literally begins with a bang. It sure does. Previously on Tomb Raider. Thanks for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Things are indeed going well, Ryu. That's awesome, dude. How's my voice coming in over the volume of the game? Because this game has weird volume settings. Can't necessarily isolate the music from the sounds from the dialogue, because of the way that they've adjusted the volume sliders. It's coming in well so far. Oh, that is good. It might just be really loud for me then in my headphones. These older games, they still hadn't gotten to a point yet where they had more sort of like advanced mixing, I guess, and also more sort of like isolated elements. So there's a lot of overlap and things like that. For example, sound effects is also dialogue, I think. Tomb Raider Underworld, it's a great game, except the fucking camera. I'll show you what I mean, even early on. So the camera is at a good height, right? That's pretty good. We can see where we need to go, the framing is good. Now watch what happens when I move Lara over to that ledge and then jump. Watch what the camera does. So the camera jumps with Lara, right? That's not too bad for that jump. Now, if you're someone who likes to move the camera a little bit, this is what happens when you do the same thing. It changes, of course, where the camera goes automatically. At this point it's not so bad, right? But then you get other difficult parts. See, what they've done is they've tied the camera's height to Lara. I don't know which position of Lara's body, but when she jumps on the spot, the camera moves up. Now obviously the camera wants to keep Lara in view when she's jumping. It's not too bad when you're just jumping on the spot. But there's no real need for the camera to actually jump with Lara when she's jumping to a height that's pretty, you know, pretty low. Now the classic, when you go up the stairs in this game, the camera always focuses on Lara's ass, because of course. Ooh, Jesus Christ, the camera makes you appreciate 2D gaming more sometimes. That is true. There's a lot of stuff that wasn't an issue as yet. Hey there Vegas, just starting Tomb Raider Underworld, doing a dual pistols only challenge. But it's going to be fun because there's several enemies that are really easy to deal with if you just use the adrenaline headshot, so I can't use that. And also later on when you get Thor's hammer, won't be able to use that for combat. How's things going, Vegas? Now this is where the game's camera really becomes annoying. See how the camera wants to follow Lara instead of just staying put, so that when she actually swings forward, if the camera just stayed back a little bit, Vegas, going decent, long productive day, now just relaxing. Very good, Vegas. It's good to be able to relax after a long day.
Look out! It's Lara! I know!
find it yet?
Patience, Zip. I warned you that conveniently undiscovered islands would be scarce in the Mediterranean.
Are you sure this Eddington chap knows what he's talking about?
If he says Father was convinced the path to Avalon was here, I have no reason to doubt it.
Fair enough. But it's... well, we've been talking...
You've been talking, man.
Leon, it's just... all right. Maybe Avalon is real, but just because some bad woman tells you your mother didn't die after all. I mean, look, I don't want to seem heartless, but this idea of your mum living in some Celtic underworld, it's a little bit mental, isn't it?
I have no illusions that my mother is holding court in some mythical paradise, Alistair. I only want the truth, whatever it may be. I'll ring you later.
Oh, nice for you. Uploaded something to the Discord. Meanwhile, in an alternate timeline, Guile and Liu Kang. Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat. Now imagine that, if that was a movie that we actually got in the 90s. Like, move over Freddy versus Jason or Godzilla versus King Kong. It'd be like, what a matchup it would be. Ryu is Lara. I know, she owes me money. Yeah, it's like, not like Lara's rich or anything, you know. But I mean, not like she's not rich or anything. Vegas, did I like Skyrim? I did, Vegas. Yeah, I really liked Skyrim a lot. I liked it so much that when I tried Oblivion, I couldn't get into it. I'm sure Oblivion does have, you know, a lot of good stuff about it too, but I was spoiled by Skyrim. Having said that though, I've only actually done a full playthrough of it once. That was on the Xbox 360 version of it, and there was a time where I was doing an ongoing playthrough that had no deadline, but I kind of gave up on that and never finished that particular playthrough. But I definitely wouldn't mind playing it again in the future, that's for sure. And maybe even giving Oblivion a try. Maybe if I play the remaster, it might actually be a better option. Hello there, Max. I hope things are going well, dude. I was going to do Resident Evil 2 Remake, but my schedule had to change. So I thought it best just to start Tomb Raider Underworld instead. Because otherwise the stream would have been pushed till later, and this is the priority game on the channel anyway at the moment, so... Ryu, of course, Street Fighter 94 and Mortal Kombat 95 were both filmed in Thailand within the same year. It's crazy to think, though, isn't it? You know, that was going on. But that's really cool. Vegas, the remastered version of Skyrim is fantastic. Yeah, because there's been a lot of fan mods and stuff for the PC version, which the console version can't take advantage of, unfortunately. I mean, the special edition version of the game for its anniversary, I can't remember what anniversary it was now. It might have been its 15th anniversary or 10th anniversary. But I know that there was a version that had some mods for console, but obviously there were only a select few. Glad to hear that you're doing well, Max. That's awesome, dude. Good day, awesome. That's really good to hear. Hello there, Lizzie. Welcome on in. I hope things are going well. We also uploaded the inspiration behind the pic. Ah, the main inspiration behind that picture. The Grinch and Professor Clump. I can't remember the character's name that Eddie Murphy played in The Nutty Professor. Nice. Jim Carrey and Eddie Murphy. You know, thinking about like comedy duos, it would have been cool to get a movie with Eddie Murphy and Robin Williams, because they were two actors that I don't believe ever did any projects together, and I think they would have been a very, you know, interesting mix, especially because both are really good at improvising on the spot. So it would have been interesting to see a movie that was like them playing, you know, two friends or something, you know. Alright, so pistols only also includes when underwater as well. Can't use the harpoon and can't use the Mjolnir hammer when we get it. camera. The camera's drunk constantly. If they ever remaster this game, I hope that they actually do a big overhaul of the camera. If possible, that is. There might be some things that they can't do within whatever limitations the programming has. But if they can, for the love of Lara, please do something with the camera. Like, I don't know how they could do it, but for example, when the player wants the camera to be that angle and you let go, it automatically goes to that thing. Now, I understand intention with the camera where they want it to be a very cinematic way of doing stuff, but also their thinking was probably that not many players would want to move the camera for a side view like that, and that it would be better to have the camera on an angle, because the angle also shows what you need to jump to as well. But one of the problems is not just where the camera sits, it's also when you do a jump. Some players might have the camera behind Lara like that. It's actually very funny whenever you have two similar movies come out either within the same year or at least a year apart from each other. Obviously Street Fighter and Mortal Kombat, but also something like Freddy vs. Jason and Alien vs. Predator. I don't think I've ever heard of an instance where a director was drunk while making a movie. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there were directors that were drunk or otherwise while on set. I mean, there's certainly been actors that have been, and other personnel involved in movie making. But it is, it's like in video games. Sometimes you get games that come out that have some very similar things. But then again, I guess you can't help but have some similarities sometimes. And also in an industry where there's a lot of people who probably know each other, there might be some, mention of something that they're doing. And the other person's like, "Ah, really? That sounds interesting." And then goes away and then, adds it to their game that they're making. Or a variation of it.
Carvings are clearly similar to early Germanic design, but this is far older than the 5th century, yet, strangely enough, more sophisticated. Proto-Norse runes. Let's see. World of Mist. That would be Niflheim, the realm of the dead. Not Avalon exactly, but the Norse equivalent.
deceptive. It makes you think you can actually do a back eject, but of course you can't.
Thor, the Norse god of thunder. Whatever are you doing down here in Niflheim? According to the Eddas, Thor needed special iron gauntlets to wield his mighty hammer Mjolnir. Could it be? Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, was powerful enough to level mountains. But how does all this relate to Avalon?
Put your hands on your head. Turn around. Slowly.
I don't suppose you'd be open to bribery, would you?
Amanda Everett sends her regards.
Bloody hell.
The guy that knocked out Lara, it's so funny what happens to him. He's a bit of a dumbass, really. I mean, shooting in an area that has, like, open, like, you know, flammable. Not a bright idea. But that's what he gets for knocking Lara out. Lara's feet literally got stuck on the ground, which messed up. I mean, in one way it's good that there's some moments where Lara won't walk off an edge, but some moments it just creates a situation where you move in a different direction to try and get her feet unstuck, and then that's what gets you killed. Now this is where the camera in this game really gets friggin' annoying. Now when some people in this game swing on a rope, they don't just go forward and then jump. They want to do a bit of a swing, right? Look what the camera's doing. It looks dynamic, it looks cinematic, but it's changing the orientation of the camera when the player is most likely trying to actually align the jump properly. And sometimes your timing can be such that you go to jump off the rope at the very same moment that the camera decides to do a big change in direction, which disorients you and then can actually alter the way that Lara goes. Alright, just had to update the rules because there were some ones that I forgot to put in. And the two that I forgot to put in was can't do grenade kills and can't do environmental kills in the playthrough. It has to be purely the pistols that kill the enemies. Something else too is like, usually when I'm playing a game that's a third person, I prefer the camera to be that sort of like height on a character. But in this game, when we move Lara, the camera will automatically go for a sort of like low angle, because obviously they want the camera to focus on her ass. And it's like, if you want players to stare at her ass all day, then sure, let them move the camera there if they want to. But for players who are just, you know, wanting to play the game, just leave the camera at a certain height so that we can see what's going on around. It's another thing they need to change with the camera. Like that camera angle there, that was automatic. Wicked. OG Dev did not like how Lara Hornified comes back for this games and makes butt angle for Lara. Yeah, I mean, if you look at artworks from centuries ago that had, you know, nude statues and all that kind of stuff, there's a certain like lens that things get put through where it's more about the form and function of the human body, you know. But of course, you do have the potential for things like that to be used in ways that are more sort of like, you know, deviant and all that kind of stuff as well. And when it comes to like video game characters like Lara Croft, the first game was such a phenomenon that the character transcended the video game itself in a different way to what, you know, characters like Samus had, for example. And the thing about Samus was that in the first game, the first Metroid game, no one knew that the character they were playing as was a female character. And so when it came to playing that game for the first time, people just assumed, okay, you were playing as a male bounty hunter that was going through and killing these alien creatures. And then it's not, I think in the original you had to actually do something specific to even get the ending that reveals that Samus is actually a woman. I don't think it was like an automatic thing as part of the ending as well. And so Lara was probably one of the first pin-up sort of like video game, like female video game character pin-up models basically. But that was all marketing and, you know, all that kind of stuff too. So you've got the element of the design in itself originally, and there's always this funny sort of like misconception that it's only male players who are actually attracted to characters like Lara Croft. But there's definitely a fan base of female players who are attracted to the character as well, you know. But the thing about characters like Lara Croft is that the way in which she is sort of like portrayed is this character that is her own master, you know, like she's not following orders. She's not a character that has someone in her ear saying, now go and do this and go and do that, now you got to go left and now you got to do all this. You know, she's got her own mind and she's got her own spirit and all that kind of stuff as well. But that obviously gets lost when people are just focusing on the physical aspect of the character, where it's like, oh, big boobs, big ass, but there's more to the character than that, you know. And so you get a lot of new renditions of the character, of course, doing different things as well. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely artworks over the centuries that have been, you know, looked at as just art, but then there's been some people who have obviously looked at it a different way. But there's a certain level of uncontrollability. You know, you can't control fully every single person's perception of something. You know, you might be able to restrict what they're actually observing, but if you show someone a picture of a nude person and you say, look at this picture, you know, look at the artist, look at the way the artist did the painting, someone would be like, boobs. You know what I mean? Like, you can't stop that kind of like perception on something as well, you know. And the character of Lara has definitely been one of the sort of like major focus points as well. And yeah, but with this game's camera, you know, like going up staircases, it's always the low angle shot and zoom in, and it's like, if players want to put the camera there, hey, that's their, you know, that's their free will to do that. But in terms of like the camera for a platforming game where you have to see where you're actually jumping, it's a bit hard to actually see where you need to jump to when part of the frame is being obscured in a way that is on a different angle as well. But yeah, like there's always like no matter what sort of like Tomb Raider game you're playing. Like even in the like the even the older ones than this one, you know, because this game was 2008 and this one came out. But the character by this point had been around for what was it? For 12 years at this point. So you even have like people will see the character in like the blocky polygonal stuff and be like, oh, look at her ass, look at her boobs, you know, all that kind of stuff. And on some level it's understandable, but on another level it's like, you know, hold your tongue inside your head kind of thing. I think some people go a bit too sort of like, you know, overboard with things sometimes, you know. But again, the character is someone who transcends just being someone that male players like to play as, but it's also something that it doesn't matter, you know, like people in general can find a character like Lara attractive and all that kind of stuff. But the way I look at it is like, you know, art. It's like it's okay to sort of like look at the art piece and go, you know, yeah, that's a well sort of like animated or drawn sort of piece of art. But as far as like having some kind of like emotional or otherwise attachment to a fictional representation of, you know, a human, that's kind of where my cutoff point is, where it's like that's like, yeah. Like you can appreciate the artistic aspect of character design no matter what the character is. Hey there, Sona. I hope things are going well. Justin Bailey. That is true. Yeah, that was that password, wasn't it, in Metroid that you could put in. Hey Hakan. We live in an area where Mazda, Miata, and Qubit Torrent are sexualized, so you're hardly surprised a character like Lara Croft is done so as well. I mean, this is the thing, you know, like marketing has always been about, you want to get the people interested in your product, you know, and there's so many different ways to do it, but not every way works for everyone as well, you know, so there's that consideration as well. But it's funny because I often find that when it comes to characters like Lara, a lot of the other elements of the character kind of get lost a little bit. But I think there needs to be a little bit of a balance sometimes with stuff. So then becomes a thing too, where constantly having to move the camera to an angle that isn't, you know, all the way up at a low angle. Because the thing is too with certain games, like if you've never played this game, for example, when you look at where the camera's moving, now obviously there's moments where I'm moving the camera where I want it to be. So an example of that is this. Okay, so I've got Lara stopped now. The camera automatically sits here. Now this is me moving it around like that. But now I'm letting go of the camera, and now where the camera goes is actually where it's automatically designed to go. See how it goes on that angle automatically? So you'll see me sort of like having Lara go up the stairs and then having to adjust the camera. And see the camera keeps on wanting to, you know, go back to a certain spot after a while. Like growing up with shows like Xena, for example, and if you look at the fan base for Xena, there's a lot of the gay and lesbian appraisal of the character, you know, and all that kind of stuff too. So I think it's a bit of a misconception to just say that it's only male fans of female characters that view them in a way that is more than just a platonic general way. I'm allowed to have Lara like do kicks and stuff when there's no enemies. But as for actually killing enemies, we have to use the dual pistol. And we're going to die here because we can't use adrenaline headshot stuff. There we go. There's a lot of areas though that you can just basically gauntlet through. We'll get full health again anyway, so that works out well. So in this game, Lara will automatically actually aim one of the dual pistols at another enemy if there's one that's off to either her left or right. Which sometimes is good, but other times it can be bad because sometimes you want to have both pistols shooting the one enemy to get their health down quicker instead of having it be a switch. So I think instead of it being automatic, if they remaster this game, it'd be good to make it an option where the player can have manual or automatic. Whoa, it just put me here. Okay, no complaint. Haha, dumbass. That's what you get for knocking Lara out earlier.
Only Lara can use it now. Until I kill her. Even that won't unbind the artifact. We're taking on water. Damn it! We'll pick this up again later. I'm very pleased to see you again, Lara. This specimen jar offers little in the way of amusement, so I've grown fond of watching Amanda suffer the effects of sharing your interests.
Jacqueline Napa, you just don't know when to die.
A trait we have in common.
It was you who told Amanda about Avalon.
Our time is short, so choose your questions carefully.
What do you know about my mother?
The dais you and she found in Nepal, it's part of a travel network, so to speak. It took your mother to Avalon.
My father thought Avalon was below, but that's Niflheim. What's the Norse connection?
Ah, Richard found the wrong Norse underworld. Your mother didn't go to Niflheim. She went to Helheim.
Where is it?
I will tell you where it is, one day. But when that day comes, you'll need Thor's hammer to get inside. Perhaps you'll have better luck finding it than your father did.
What do you mean?
Your answer is on the west coast of Thailand. Send it parallel.
Can't go back. I was going to change Lara to the classic outfit as part of celebrating the game's 30th, sorry, the series' 30th anniversary, but it won't let me now. Alright, I was That's the benefit of the Xbox when streaming directly from it. If you have to close your game down, the stream keeps going. Alright. Syncing cloud storage. It's so funny how it keeps on having to do that. Alright, so let's see if it lets me actually just... Okay, go resume. Hopefully it'll let me actually choose the options. Of course. Now that cutscene won't play again. For fuck's sake, like... I look back at games like this from 2008, I'm like... The fact that you can't just simply do simple things that you can simply do nowadays. Like, how hard would it have been to let the player, if they went past the screen where they select what outfit Lara's wearing for the level, why not let them go back in case they change their mind? Oh no, we can't let you do that. Once you're locked in for it. And now I can't actually just go and load a autosave because there is no autosave. None that I can see anyway. Got this one, 5th of the 8th, 1435. So that'd be... I don't know if that's one. And then you got this one too. Hang on, Mediterranean Sea. Niflheim. Okay, let's reload this one. Now where does this put me? Is it going to put me at the start of the previous level? Is it going to put me on the ship? Is it going to put me like right near the end of the level? Who knows? Oh, of course, that's where it would put me. Yeah. When simple stuff is just not allowed. Remnants. Coastal Thailand. Mediterranean Sea. Mediterranean Sea. Arctic Sea. That's from my 2017 save. God of Thunder. Realm of the Dead. Remnants. Coastal Thailand. Okay, was that. Now where is this one going to put me? Hey there, Spectrum. Good evening to you. I hope things are going well. Alright, this will have to do. I have to redo this whole part again, simply because I wanted to go back and change Lara into the classic outfit to celebrate the 30th anniversary of the franchise. But no, we couldn't simply just go back in the options. I have to redo a part of the level I just did. Not too badly, thanks Spectrum. Just having an issue with an older game that doesn't have simple options for you to do simple things with. Alright, so we're gonna go this way. There we go. Alright, so I've already done this, but I have to redo it. Simply because for the next level I want to have Lara wear a different outfit, but you can't just go back after you've selected an outfit in case you changed your mind. You have to redo the last part of the level you just did. I'll just skip the cutscene at the end of the level when we get to it. Up we go, up we go, up we go. Alright, so now we've finished the first level again. Now we can skip this cinematic. Alright, so this time I want to choose the classic outfit for Lara to celebrate the franchise's 30th anniversary. There we go. I don't think there is the 3D model version, but that's okay. Alright, so now, classic Lara. But yeah, let's just say, like I did, you were like, oh, actually I don't want to have Lara wear that outfit. Too bad. You can't just press back and go to the previous thing. You have to reload a save and then redo the last part of the level that you just did in order to be able to actually access the option to choose what outfit you have her wear in the next level again. Anyway, it doesn't matter what I choose for the secondary weapon in this playthrough because we can't use any other weapons except for the pistols.
None of the ruins are visible from down here. And if Father did explore this site, I see no sign of it yet.
I still don't see how Thailand is connected to Vikings, or ruins under the Meta, hell, even Avalon for that matter.
Helheim's it. Various myths use different names, but they all apply to the same remnants of the ancient world.
One of those remnants is still alive. I would hate to be Amanda if Natla ever gets free.
I would hate to be any of us.
Alright, so I know I've done a lot of complaining about this game, about the camera angles and all that kind of stuff. But there definitely is some great stuff about this game, and some things that they added that Lara can do. Being able to be on a swinging pole, but also actually have Lara stand on top of it is a good addition. And there's various other things too that Lara can do with jumping and stuff. And climbing, which is really good. Looking at this jump, you might think, Lara is higher than that pole. Surely, Lara can just run and jump, and then she'll make it to that right and grab. Wrong. You can't do that, because the game wants you to slide down that slope first, thereby making Lara be lower than the elevation she was at. So even though the character model clearly was able to make the jump from where she was standing to the pole, the game didn't want that to be allowed because we didn't slide down the slope first. So that's another thing that can be frustrating about not just this game, to be fair, about Anniversary and Legend as well. But yeah, even though Lara can make that jump from here, you have to slide down first, then jump, and then she'll grab. Nah, bro, thank you very much for the 180 stream streak. Hell yeah, dude. Thank you very much for that. I hope things are going well. For this challenge, I decided to make it that I can't use the adrenaline headshots. Even though technically that's still Lara using the pistols, I wanted to balance the challenge out by also making it that I can't just simply rely on the headshot adrenaline as like a get out of any situation card. Not worried about secrets in this playthrough, but you might see me go in the direction of some. But really, I'm just looking for any like health pickups I can. Nah, bro, you always have such interesting challenges. Oh, thank you, nah, bro. Yeah, it can be fun to find new ways to sort of like play through a game as well. Also, some ways that might not seem like the standard kind of thing. There's nothing wrong with these types of challenges I'm going to mention. Usually with Tomb Raider games, a lot of the challenges that are done are based on like, you know, not healing, not being able to use any other weapons except for like dual pistols, you know, like speed runs, no death challenges, like permadeath runs, all that kind of stuff. I want to try and find different ways of playing through a Tomb Raider game. So when it came to the leapfrog challenge, for example, in the first Tomb Raider game, making it that Lara, if I want to move her, I have to actually do jumps from a standing position, unless a run and jump is needed to cross a gap that's impossible otherwise. And what that does is it makes you view the geometry of the game's levels a bit differently, because you have to sort of like work within the constraints of the jumping mechanics. But there's also little details that you learn. For example, when Lara stands and jumps on the spot, when she lands, she doesn't just land exactly on the same pixel that she actually jumped from, or position in the grid. She'll actually slightly move forward a little bit. And in a challenge like the leapfrog, it allows me in really tight spots to have Lara just jump up on the spot, and it might look like she's not actually moving forward, but incrementally she actually is. So that can get me out of a lot of tricky spots that otherwise can't. There's some parts though where Lara's head is literally touching the ceiling of something and the game won't let you have her do a jump. So in that situation I have to actually run forward as well. So when I did that challenge with Tomb Raider 1, it was about working within the confines of the grid-based system to work out a different way to have Lara actually move through the environment. And when it came to like enemies, if Lara was pushed by the enemy, then that was fine, because that's the enemy pushing Lara. It's not me moving Lara. So I had that as a rule as well. So I've done that with Tomb Raider 1 and 2. But yeah, trying to figure out, you know, different challenges that are either ones that not many people have done, or, you know, maybe you might discover a way to play through a game that no one's done before as well. But that can be the fun of coming up with challenges too, is trying to look at all the elements of a game and go, what can I actually do within the confines of what the game allows as well, without resorting to using, like, you know, skips or things like that. Nothing wrong with doing that if that's your intention in a playthrough, but for the leapfrog challenge, there's probably a lot of places where you could probably bypass a lot of stuff. Like, I made it in the leapfrog challenge that I couldn't use the glitch where you can get Lara from the bottom of a structure and get her to clip and teleport to the top of it, for example. But yeah, there's a lot of fun to be had sometimes with these challenges. Some can be tricky and annoying and rage-inducing, but others can be quite like you're trying to solve a puzzle. And that's also where the camera fucks you over. The camera's like up, left, right, down, this angle, that angle. But yeah, for this challenge I can't use the adrenaline shot, which would have made that encounter a lot quicker. Can't do melee attacks either, so can't even kick them. Thank you, camera, for being just like, you know, like, I get it. When the character is hanging off of something, you want the camera to be focused on the actual thing that she's hanging from and shimmying from. But it doesn't help when you're trying to align jumps properly. Like, that camera angle might be good for the reason of showing that, but then you have to wait and not move the camera yourself for it to settle into a spot that is more ideal to actually see the overview of the environment. So right now I'm not doing anything to actually move the camera the way it's moving. The camera doesn't have to be that far back, but being able at least to make the camera a bit wider than what it was initially would be good if they could do that in a remaster. Hey there, Keone, welcome. Hope things are going well. This part again. Alright, this time we'll move the camera there. There we go. Oh, nice, Keone. You just finished AC Unity. That's awesome. It was a great replay. That's great that you enjoyed the replay of it. Keone, you spent about 3 hours straight just parkouring and assassinating enemies after the game. That's a great way to do it though. That's the thing about the parkour in that game, is it can be fun just to go around and do that.
The characters are Vedic Sanskrit. They're severely weathered. Bhagavati of the 7th. It must be referring to the capital of Patala, the lowest infernal world in Hindu tradition. It's a netherworld populated by snake people, although the enlightened one, Narada, spoke rather fondly of it. That's Shiva on top, and his mistress Kali is down below. architecture here is different. It's similar to the Niflheim ruins.
This idea that this game goes with, where across all different cultures in every single part of the world, there's a shared kind of like, maybe not 100%, but there's similarities between one myth of one culture and another as well. Something I personally find interesting is mythological stuff related to the duality of things, where you have a deity that is not only representing something positive but also something negative. But when you think about it, like water for example, there's many positives to water, but there's also some negatives. If you're thirsty and you really need a drink of water, it's great when you have it. But if you are flooded out, you don't want the water. So there's the positive and then there's the negative. And so having deities in myth that represent both is definitely a relatable kind of, concept as well. Other franchises that do a similar thing where they basically have all these different cultures around the world, but there's something that they share with their history and all that is Assassin's Creed, for example. There's probably heaps of others as well, but that's the other one that comes to mind. I like that. I managed to not step on the trigger for this camera angle until I was in the middle of a fight. Hey there, got this? You just found out why you can't follow anybody. Following is full. What the fuck? That's weird. Yeah, I've never come across that on Twitch myself before. Is it coming up with a message? Tried to follow me and it was saying error. That is really strange. Yeah, it's definitely not a setting I've put on. There's been a lot of weird things happening on Twitch lately though, like sometimes emotes won't actually appear as the visual version. It'll just appear as the code, well not the code word, but the name of it. Ah, shit. Goth, you have to unfollow someone to see what it does. There's also been some reports of people who have followed a channel and then they go to that channel and they've been unfollowed automatically as well. So there must be some kind of like weird glitch going on to cause that kind of stuff, which is really annoying. Dr. Darling, aren't you going to skin that dino, Lyra? You are going to need those skills in Yamatai next week. Well, here's the plot twist, Dr. Darling. The kind of playthrough I'm doing for the 2013 game, Lara won't be allowed to do certain things related to upgrading and salvaging and stuff like that. But yeah, part of the challenge for the 2013 game will involve no upgrades, except for the forced upgrade you have to get, but I'm going to pick something that is not going to give any kind of like real major advantage or anything. But there's also some other things that'll be part of that playthrough. The only other thing I'll say for now is I'm calling it an old school playthrough. Hello there, Anmita. I'm doing well, thank you, dude. Things are going good. How about yourself? Hope you had a great end to your Alan Wake 2 stream. It's like, Alan, get out of this story. This is not your story. It's like, what do you mean it's not my story? I'm the one writing you to say that. Anmita, good to hear. You're doing well, you just woke up. Oh, nice, dude. That's really good. Struggling with this game's camera. When you eventually get to this game in Meta, just a heads up, the camera is drunk. And when it comes to trying to plan your jumps, sometimes the camera will be so close to the wall that you've jumped to that it disorients you and can be a bit off-putting when trying to figure out which direction to jump to next as well. And also swinging on the rope is really fun, or your grapple, when you're trying to actually just align and the camera's like, hey, whoa, hey, whoa. It's like, oh, come on. In Metro, it went well. You did that musical part. It was really good, except for the last part with those enemies, where as always Alan takes 2 minutes to reload the revolver. Yeah, dude, like, the thing about that whole scenario is you want to enjoy the music because it's just so good, and you want to, you know, have a look at the visuals. But the part where you have to actually kill enemies, whenever I play that part, it is one of the most annoying damn parts. And when it comes to trying to just power through it as well, sometimes I'm just like, fuck it, I won't enjoy the music then, I'll just run straight through and dodge and all that kind of stuff. Or I'll play the game on easy so that when I get to that part I can just enjoy it more. So yeah, but that whole sequence is just so well done. It's just such a shame that the gameplay part of it can be so annoying. Thank you very much, Goth, for the follow. So that came through, yeah. Yeah, it came up on my end as well, saying that you had followed, so thank you very much for the follow. Another example of the camera, when you have multiple enemies that are small and one shot will kill them. Let's say there's an enemy that is actually off camera to Lara's left, and then there's one off camera to her right. The camera will go left, right, very quick, which can be very disorienting. So you can imagine when you have multiple enemies, the camera's like up, down, left, right, up, down, left, all over. So that can be annoying too. In Meta, yeah, you had to repeat it many times. There was a moment where you got surrounded by them and you had nowhere to run. You tried using the flare gun, but it didn't work. Oh, dude. That's the other thing too about that game, is because you have the abilities, the upgrades, that's one of the major problems with having upgrades like that. In one way it can be great, but in other ways it makes, by default, the game on purpose so frustrating in certain moments until you get a certain upgrade. Whereas in Alan Wake 1, as you know, a flare gun is always going to, for example, kill multiple enemies with one blast. Goth, you unfollowed a few fucking Twitch, is too greedy, can't follow millions of people, or it's full again. Yeah, that's quite strange. But that would be a thing, really. Like, you think there would be no limit on how many channels a person can follow. I mean, they're probably also doing it in case there's like spam bot follows and stuff. Hang on, I came back all the way to where I was before. Damn it. Alright, let's go back this way. And me too, yeah, it was quite satisfying to kill many enemies at once with the flare gun. Now, even if two of them are next to each other, one of them is somehow invincible. Oh yeah, it's funny how that happens, isn't it, you know? But yeah, the fact that you have to wait for the reload animation to fully complete before you can actually do something like, you know, dodge or cancel the reload and then aim at an enemy that's about to kill you, or, you know, things like that. It's like, I know that they turned it into a survival horror game, but still, at the same time, gotta give some slack. Goth, you're using the internet on your phone while watching and have ads blocked, and ads are still taking over. They keep on bypassing the ad blocker. You hate ads, that's why you fucking block that fucking shit. That's totally understandable too, as well. The only ads that I have on is like the pre-roll ads. So if you like go out of your browser, for example, and come back in, I don't do sort of like ad breaks throughout the stream. If I go on a break, I just pretty much just say I'll be right back and pin a message up to the top of chat and then go on a break. Mitra, exactly. Changes are okay, but not when the gameplay turns into frustration. Exactly, in Mitra, you know, like, if you're going to play on a harder difficulty, that's fair enough, but you would think on normal, like, a lot of those enemies on normal difficulty are very tanky, let alone if you have it on the higher difficulties. Goth, this game brings so many memories. Oh, that's cool, Goth. It's always good when there's games that bring back good memories. As much as I do complain about the game's camera, which I feel like definitely needs improving, there's definitely a lot of stuff about Underworld that I really like. It's also got such a great soundtrack. You seriously bought this game recently because you haven't played in like forever? Oh, cool. I hope they do remasters of Legend, Anniversary, and Underworld. I'm sure eventually they will, but the question is, you know, will it be the same team who did the remasters for Tomb Raiders 1 through to 6, or will it be like a different approach? But I'd be curious to see, like, when they eventually do remaster these games, what they decide on with the graphics. Like, will they go for, like, you know, photoreal, or will they go for like a stylized thing like they did with the other remasters? In Meta, yeah, you need to hit them 3 times on the head to kill them. If you hit them anywhere else in the body, it doesn't do anything. Oh yeah, dude, you know. And getting knocked down by an enemy and then trying to get back up and then dodge, and then you got another enemy coming at you from behind, and then the ones that teleport all over the place. I know there was that type of enemy in the first game, but it felt a lot more manageable. And I think partly that's to do with the camera placement as well. And I get it, you know, survival horror, they want the camera to be up close and personal and make that claustrophobic feeling. But sometimes it's better to have the camera pulled back a little bit as well. Or at the very least, make it an option. Like with the GTA games, for example, being able to change how far the camera is away from the character. I feel like things like that would be good. What I like about you know, Quantum Break, Control, and Alan Wake 1 is that you have a lot more sort of like space around the character that you can actually see and utilize for your spatial awareness. Goth, you remember when you rented it from Video King for the Xbox 360? Until Xbox One, they brought this game backwards compatible. You were like, finally. Then you upgraded to the Series X and playing this game. Yeah, it's so funny to think back to renting games from video stores, and when you'd have a game back when they didn't have like heaps of save states or whatnot. Like I think back to old school games like Secret of Mana for the Super Nintendo, for example, renting that. And at the time I was going to primary school, and so you would play the game on the weekend and get up to a certain point, and then when you wanted to rent it again, you were hoping that the game was A, available the next weekend, but B, that no one had actually saved over your save file. Sometimes you'd be like, damn it, someone saved over my save file. And Mita, oh yeah, those annoying teleporting enemies. That's true. Yeah, like, so crazy. When I do my October playthrough, I'm going to be playing on easy mode because I want to be able to spend a lot of time showcasing stuff and also like reading things, and the last thing I need is enemies causing major issues, especially in that musical scene too. I like the referencing too in Mita in Alan Wake 2 to Alan Wake's American Nightmare, how the narrator called Alan the Champion of Light and called Scratch the Herald of Darkness. So I like how they had that in the lyrics. And Mita, yeah, you like that too. Oh yeah, that kind of thing is really cool. Alright, there we go. And Mr. Scratch is like, oh, you think you got rid of me in American Nightmare, huh? Well, think again. He's a psycho. I mean, the really interesting thing too, when you think about it, because Mr. Scratch is essentially all of Alan's negative traits personified into an actual, you know, entity. When it comes to the moments in American Nightmare where he's going over like the different weapons he likes to use, for example, because Alan is a writer of like crime fiction, and because writers, you know, if they're going to be doing a subject, ideally researching it is good. So when you think about Mr. Scratch being a representation of all of Alan's negative traits, he also has the same memories that Alan has. And so, if Alan, as the writer, has to do research on different weapons that a killer might use, the fact that Mr. Scratch is going through which weapons he likes to use means that subconsciously Alan's knowledge about what weapons and all that kind of stuff for killers and stuff is, you know, represented by Mr. Scratch. So I like that kind of stuff too. Goth, even the games you had done follow 2 also, so you had done follow a few to follow some more. That's really weird too, that it was with the following of the games as well that you had to do the difference. Had to do that with. Admita, true. Such a funny thing. Yeah, there's just so many fun things that are in Alan Wake 2, that a lot of callbacks and stuff. When you think about it too, like the first game, between the release of that and the second, 13 years had gone by. And I look at games like Red Dead Redemption 1 versus 2, and there was an 8-year difference between when Red Dead 1 came out and 2 came out. And it's a good example of how much stuff has changed from 2010 with video games to 2018 for Red Dead 2, and then 2023 for Alan Wake 2. And you're going to have like a similar thing with GTA 5 and GTA 6 as well, where so much time has already passed since GTA 5 came out that when GTA 6 comes out, there's going to be like such a major big difference. I mean, obviously, of course, we're not going to get GTA 5 graphics for GTA 6. But just looking at the actual aesthetic alone and seeing how far the fidelity of graphics will have come from since 2013 and all that as well. Goth, you only follow video games, the ones that you've been playing for years. That's definitely fair enough, Goth. And Mita, yeah, it took Remedy quite a while to come up with Alan Wake 2. Of course, they had Quantum Break and Control after Alan Wake 1, but still. That's true, in Mita, yeah. And the original concept for Alan Wake 2 was actually very interesting, before Microsoft basically pulled the plug, and they were then just given, I guess, a budget to do like a game that was on a smaller scale, so we get Alan Wake's American Nightmare. But the idea of having like an enemy that splits in two, for example, that was originally for Alan Wake 2. Actually, online there's a video where it goes through a lot of the stuff that they were actually originally intending for the sequel to Alan Wake 2 before that version got cancelled by Microsoft. But it was good to hear that over the years since that cancellation, they had actually been brainstorming some ideas and stuff. So they're always, you know, looking for ways to advance certain things and figure out ways to get what they want for their stories incorporated into future games. Goth, you miss Arnold as the California governor. He was since 2003 to 2011. That is true, yeah. I remember around the time Terminator 3 was coming out, and that was, you know, 2003 when that had released. Goth, you've been living in California for all of your life, and it's 11:30 PM there at the moment. Yeah, it's 4:31 PM here. Still plenty of day left. A repairman came to fix my oven today. He says, "I found your problem. It was a bad transformer." I replied, "I think those are called Decepticons." Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. Decepticons. Ah, damn it. Goth, was also in a video game, Mortal Kombat, as a guest DLC character. Oh yeah, the T-800. Oh, what the hell, game? Seriously. Oh. Hey there, Shin. I hope things are going well. Goth, Angelina Jolie played her in the movie 25 years ago. That is true, yeah. I remember when that first came out, the first Tomb Raider movie. Went to see it at the cinema quite a few times, actually. There was even one time, as soon as I finished school for the day, I went directly straight to the cinema, still dressed in school uniform, and still had my bag and everything. I was like, I'm gonna go see Tomb Raider again. Because why not? I'd only seen it, 4 times before that point. Shin, she did most of her own stunts. That is true, Shin, yeah. Also, I think she was the one who came up with the idea to do the bungee ballet in the Croft Manor scene. There we go, prompt. It appeared finally. It is really, really, really finicky how you have to stand in a certain spot with the prompt and everything. There we go. Alright, finally. Goth, the movie was based on the video games Tomb Raider. Yeah, it's funny that when the Tomb Raider movies are based on the Tomb Raider games. It was released in 2001 when you were 13. That's true, 2001. Long, long time ago now.
Do you know what the opposite of lady fingers is? Mentos.
Thank you, Dr. Darling, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Cheers. Goth, the Kraken at the beginning of the game was huge. Looks like an octopus. It definitely was a huge creature. Dr. Darling, good job, Lara. You destroyed an artifact. Goth, you loved Arnold's Austria accent, the way he talks, it's awesome. Very memorable, very distinctive voice as well. And it's so funny to think that there was a time where he was told that no one would be able to understand him, and that his name won't fit on a movie poster, and he won't become a big star and all that kind of stuff because of your name and all that. Well, he definitely proved them wrong.
I can see where the rumors of Thor's godlike strength came from.
Goth, he played the character Howard in Jingle All the Way. That is true, he did. That's not a bad movie. I wouldn't say it's one of his best, but I would definitely rank it higher than Junior. For me, I think Junior is his worst movie. Dr. Ellingrod, stop talking about yourself like that. If only I had like 1/1000th of his sort of like money. Goth, you have the movie on VHS. Oh, you do? Yeah. Yeah, I've got Last Action Hero on VHS. There was also a lot of movies of his that I recorded off of television onto VHS too. But there were some that I had a store-bought copy of, and Last Action Hero was one of them.
This was here long before the Upper Temple was added. Proto-Norse runes again. My son, your treasures here and far, this gauntlet's twin, your belt Megingjord, and the mighty Mjolnir, are protected by the dead to keep Jormungandr subdued. But the map's been destroyed, and recently. If one of Thor's gauntlets was here, it's gone now. What's this? Natla, I see your goal and am your puppet no longer. Richard James Croft. Father did this? RJC. Strange. Father never used his middle initial in monograms to avoid confusion with his father. That's where you hid the artifact. You sly old fox. Now, if I can just make it back to the boat.
Goth came out in the 90s. It absolutely did. I was there 3,000 years ago. Now, the 90s actually had some really good movies. And there's probably still a lot of movies from that decade I haven't actually seen yet that are probably great too. You know that Lara Croft is not real, but she's hot. Except when in the Himalayas or other cold climates, then she's cold. Thank you, Goth, for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Pete, when she's in the Himalayas, don't you mean she's cool, lol? That is true, Pete, yes. In the cold climates. How's things going, Pete? Goth Mortal Kombat 11 was the game he was in. That is very true. Okay, so I've got a scene. The house looked European, like maybe if you get a postcard from Italy or something. Like that one. In fact, just like that one. The bad guys are in there. You know something? I think you should be wearing this. I don't think I've earned it yet. You don't understand. You just sold the entire case. You just revolutionized the entire history of police training. I mean, all these years at the academy, studying human character, psyche of the terrorists, fingerprint analysis, all the courses that I've taken in surveillance, hostage negotiation, and criminal psychology, when all I have to do is drive around the neighborhood, point my finger at the house and say, the bad guys are in there. You think you're funny, don't you? I know I am. I'm the famous comedian, Arnold Braunschweiger, Schwarzenegger, Gesundheit. That's from Last Action Hero. Thanks for redeeming that. Pete, ticking and kicking, Rod. How's your day been? That's totally fair, Pete, for sure. You know, taking one day at a time. My day's been going really good. It was pretty busy in the morning. Had some errands to run and stuff. And that pushed my Resident Evil 2 remake stream to tomorrow now. I'm going to make up for not being able to do it tomorrow. But yeah, day's been going good, and I think I'll finish this game in one stream. Like, usually I can. Sometimes not, but it just depends on what playthrough I'm doing. But it's been going really good. Goth, his fatalities were insane. Fucking awesome. Well, thank you for redeeming that, Goth. I'm glad that you enjoyed the redemption. I still need to play Mortal Kombat 11. Because I haven't played that one yet. Same with Mortal Kombat 1, as in not the original, which I have played, but Mortal Kombat 1, as in the new game. I know why they call it Mortal Kombat 1, but still, it just confuses everything. review, why not call it Mortal Kombat 0? Pronounced Zero, of course. I know, right? I mean, they could have called it, I guess, Mortal Kombat Origins, maybe? But then, that's kind of like the standard sort of thing. Goth, you never own the standard version of the game because it doesn't come with DLCs. You have to pay for them. You only have Mortal Kombat 11 Ultimate. That one comes with all the DLCs built in. I think that's the best way to go too, if you don't mind waiting for all the content that they're going to release to come out. And then that way, you know you've got it all then.
And I am Thor no longer, it seems. I wonder how he charged it up again.
Find anything?
There was a map, but Father destroyed it.
Well, the acorn certainly didn't fall very far from the tree.
He did it deliberately, to keep the information from Natla. But I'm sure he recorded everything first, and what's more, he found Thor's other gauntlet.
Where'd he put it?
Right under your nose.
Okay, so for the rest of the playthrough we're going to stick with having Lara wear the classic outfit. It's one of the ways in which I'm celebrating the franchise's 30th anniversary. A lot of my playthroughs for the annual series run have been trying to incorporate certain things from the early games, the 1996 original and all that kind of stuff. For example, recently I did a playthrough of Tomb Raider Anniversary where I tried to add some things that don't necessarily make it literally like the older games in the series, because the way that Lara moves in the old games with the grid-based system and the tank controls means that games like Anniversary with a whole different new game engine and years worth of difference between the 1996 original. There's a whole different design philosophy and way of Lara moving and all that kind of stuff. So what I did was, when Lara had to turn left or right or go back from a position where she was already facing forward, in Tomb Raider Legend, Anniversary and Underworld, of course, when you move forward and then you move left, the character moves instantly left, so you can move them that way. Well, in the 1996 original and the other games that followed it, basically with the grid-based system, when you wanted Lara to move left from a facing forward position, you had to pivot her to the left first and then push forward to have her move in that direction. So the only way I could kind of simulate something similar with Anniversary was to use the camera itself as what needed to pivot first into the direction. So if Lara was facing forward, if I wanted her to go left, I had to move the camera so that it was on her right side, looking to her left, and then move her forward, and then she would automatically go in that direction as well. So I wanted to do that kind of stuff as I go through the annual playthroughs. And also with Tomb Raider 2013 coming up, there's some things that I'm doing that I'm trying to emulate the old school Tomb Raider games with as well, as part of celebrating the overall franchise. And when it comes to anniversary playthroughs of games, what I do is give myself from the actual start of the year in which the game celebrates its anniversary. So if the game celebrates its literal anniversary date in March, for example, I don't have to wait until that date in March before I can start doing anniversary playthroughs of the game. I can start in January, and I give myself a deadline of until it celebrates its next anniversary. So I like to do 10th anniversaries, and then after that every 5-year anniversaries. I don't tend to do like a 5th anniversary playthrough or anything like that. So if I'm doing a 10th anniversary playthrough for a game, let's say the game came out in 2016, then I've got from the start of 2026 until the actual date it celebrates its, for example, 11th anniversary to get any playthroughs done. That's my own sort of like deadline and stuff like that. So I've got plenty of time up my sleeve for the rest of this year, and also for a certain amount of next year to be able to actually do different kinds of things. So there'll definitely be a lot of Tomb Raider content on the channel outside of the annual playthroughs, when I can, of course, because I've also got other franchises I do, like Assassin's Creed, Splinter Cell, Watch Dogs as well. Still need to get to those too for my annual playthroughs also. Thank you, Bootleg, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. That is awesome. Bootleg, then the character fell off a cliff to the spikes. Well, that would be awesome. Unfortunately, the level that I'm up to now doesn't have any sort of like spikes and stuff. But as we go through the level, though, there's definitely some things that I can use as a rest in peace for Lara. What would you think about Dave Bautista being Kratos in a God of War live TV show? I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. The only thing I've seen him act in was the James Bond movie Spectre, where he played like a henchman. So I don't really know too much about his acting sort of experience and things. But yeah, Kratos is a character too that I've played the first 2 games in the series, but I'm not as sort of like familiar with the character as I am with, you know, Assassin's Creed characters, or Lara Croft or Sam Fisher from Splinter Cell and stuff. Hey there, Not Fry. I hope things are going well. Because this challenge means I can't use any other weapons except for the dual pistols, it doesn't really matter what I choose as the secondary weapon.
My apologies, Lady Croft, but I have not tended to the crypt.
Why didn't you ever tell us this was down here?
Yeah, I wish I still didn't know.
You know what? I'll wait up here.
I did warn you that playing your music so loud could wake the dead.
What makes you think it's here?
Father signing his name with all 3 initials was a clear reference to my grandfather. Light, please. Well, it seems my father was full of surprises.
Bootleg, I see, that's alright. Well, for you, you've seen a lot of his movies, you think you could pull it off. Oh, nice, Bootleg. I know he's been cast as the villain in the Highlander reboot. In the original Highlander movie, Clancy Brown played the Kurgan, who was the main villain, and Dave Bautista in the reboot is playing that villain. Oh, great to hear, Not Fry, that things are going alright. That's good. So, okay, Bootleg, let's find some ways that we can do the Rest in Peace Lara redemption. Okay, so one of the options we have at the moment, at least, is for Lara to do a swan dive to the ground from this height. I think this height she won't survive it, but if not, I can also just do it again. Bootleg, you can choose the death since the spikes are on vacation. Oh, nice, no worries at all, Bootleg. Yeah, so we'll, just trying to think what else there is in this level. Alright, I can't do melee attacks, so when it comes to those things, I'll just have to do some rolls to get them off. Oh, that would happen, wouldn't it? It landed on the block and actually pushed it back into where I had it. Actually, that gives me an idea to try something for a Rest in Peace Lara. It might not actually work, but we'll see if I can align it right. No, okay. I thought I'd give it a shot. Puts me back here again, of course. Bootleg, are you still there? Just wanted to double check, because what I might do is actually have Lara do a dive from a great height. So I just wanted to double check that you were still there, so when I did it, you'd be able to see it. Oh, nice, Bootleg, awesome, cheers. So what I'll do is move this block over to here and then get it where I need to. Oh. It seems her hand slipped. Yeah. It's like, Lara, need to replace those gloves. Just make a checkpoint. go. Alright, so we're going to have Lara do a swan dive. Putting the die into swan dive. There we go, bootleg. Thank you for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. The strength you would need to chuck a block of stone that size. Exactly, bootleg, you know, and also don't want to pull like back muscles and arm muscles and all that too. Now with that done, you'll be back soon, Rod. No worries at all, bootleg. That's all good. Thank you for redeeming the rest in peace, Lara. It'll be a redeem that I have for the Survivor trilogy of games as well, once this playthrough's finished. Would definitely like to recommend people check out Bootleg's channel. Was doing XCOM Enemy Unknown recently.
Hello, Lara. Here in this room is everything we recovered from Bogavati, Thailand. Be especially careful with the Thralls. They managed to kill 6 of us before we boxed them up. They were protecting one of Thor's gauntlets and a map showing where the rest of his treasures were hidden, all of which are necessary to open the way to Avalon. The Norse believe this site contains a powerful weapon, and to safeguard against this possibility, I destroyed the original map. I hope this was not a terrible mistake, but if it was, I hope you and your mother can forgive me.
Okay, so just to show, with these Thrall enemies, the only way you can actually kill them is by doing a melee attack. So for this playthrough, I'm allowed to finish them off with a melee attack, but to get their health down low, to open them up to be killed, I have to use the pistols. So we make an exception for when they're knocked down and they're ready to be killed. We can do the melee attack, but only then. Just let them kill me. I just wanted to show an example of enemies that will need to be dealt with, doing more than just the dual pistols. For those who don't know the start of the game, basically the start of the game puts Lara after all the stuff that I've just done. And so we're going to have a situation where the outfit that Lara was automatically wearing at the start of the game will not match now that I've chosen to have her wear the classic Lara outfit. So we're going to be seeing the same scenario we saw at the start of the game, where everything's on fire and Lara gets shot at by Zip. We're going to see that again, but with a different outfit. So there's a little bit of a continuity error there, so to speak, if you're looking at it from the perspective of trying to match how things actually were. And if you remember how you dealt with this part of the game coming up at the start, it'd be interesting to see how easy or difficult it might be to actually just emulate it and then see it back to back to see if you actually got it the same way. I've always wondered about doing like a playthrough where I had to try and remember how I did it the first time to create a consistency.
That didn't last long. Oh well.
no!
Drop it, Zip, or I'll drop you.
What, so you can shoot me again?
It wasn't Lara. Why would she set fire to her own home?
She got into the vault. It had to be her.
Is that what happened here? Someone blew open the vault?
All right. Say it wasn't. Someone who looked a hell of a lot like you opened it using the retina scanner.
Impossible.
Exactly.
Then what happened?
She got away with Amanda's race stone.
Where's Alistair?
We haven't seen him.
I'm going to the tech room to watch the security video. You two get out before the roof comes down.
See you.
Alistair, hold on!
See you. In Avalon.
Damn it!
No.
What the hell was that thing?
I've only seen something like it once before. A doppelganger that Natla sent after me years ago. That one didn't have a mind of its own.
But how could Natla have sent it if she's Amanda's prisoner?
They're a team of sorts now. Amanda and Natla, her pet Atlantean god.
What are we going to do?
After I deal with the authorities, I'm going to southern Mexico to retrieve Thor's belt.
What? Alistair's dead, and it's just business as usual?
I need Thor's belt to get his hammer, and I need the hammer to kill a god.
I mean, how do you explain that to the authorities? Your mansion is blown up. On fire. I mean, what would that scene look like? You know, it's like, I accidentally left the stove on, and it just blew everything up. Sure, we'll have forensics go through the whole mansion, and it's one of those things that, you know, narratively, you don't need to see how Lara gets out of explaining, you know, what happened and all that kind of stuff. But when you think about stuff like that and you apply it to how things in reality would work, like if something like that happened, Lara couldn't just be like, yeah, I accidentally, you know, let the stove on, and they'd be like, oh, that really does suck. Oh, damn. Okay, we'll put the fires out, and you know, we'll go from there. It wouldn't just be that cut and dry, as well. But rest in peace, Croft Manor, and rest in peace, Alistair, of course, too, getting killed by the doppelganger. Alright, so I can't kill enemies with the motorbike either as part of this playthrough. Game God, this game is 18. Thanks for making you feel old. Yeah, time flies so damn quick as well. It's crazy to think that in 2028, this game will celebrate its 20th anniversary. Because I can't kill enemies with the motorbike in this playthrough, I want to make sure that I'm not just driving ahead and accidentally killing an enemy. So scouting ahead first and killing any enemies with the pistols definitely be a good way to go about it. But you do need the bike, though. You can't leave it behind. You will eventually get to a point where you have to go back and get the bike wherever you've left it.
The Mayan calendar had only 360 days, and the remaining 5 were the unnamed days. The Maya believed that each year when the unnamed days arrived, the gates to the Underworld would open.
there's nothing in my rules for this challenge where I've put that other enemies can't kill other enemies, so that's something that can help a bit. Let the human enemies kill the panthers. I'm allowed to use the dual pistols while on the bike, but I can't actually hit enemies and kill them using the bike, because you can do that too. Now to put the bike in a better position, because there's another one of those turning statue puzzle things you need to do, but because I've done one of them already, doing this second one will open up where I need to go, but it's on a timer, so it's best to leave the motorcycle somewhere around here, because you come out from up there and it's quicker to get to your bike that way. So if you leave it over this way, you're going to lose time in getting through to the area before the timer runs out. So I'll just move the bike into a better position first. If I had come here first and done this one, then the timer wouldn't be a thing, but I'd have to go to the other one, and once that one was done, it would open up the same area too. But I did that other one first, so I'll put that about there. The game will remember where you've put it. Game crashed, because of course it did. Why wouldn't the game crash on me? Why wouldn't it? Alright, I'm back. On the plus side, being on the Xbox and streaming directly, if I have to close the game down, the stream keeps on going. Whereas on the PlayStation, if you have to close your game down or the game crashes and closes down, your stream ends too. Indeed not fry. Crash. Makes that whirring noise. You have got to be fucking me. You piece of shit autosave function. It put me back at the first fucking one I was doing. What the fuck? Jeez, I hate this kind of shit. $17.31. $17.40. That's a different save file. Gate of the Dead, that's from 2019. The Path to Avalon, 1422. $14.26.41. The Path to Avalon. Okay, where is this one? Probably the same place where it was. What? Mediterranean Sea? Oh, for fuck's sake. Bloody Rod, read properly. Ah, for fuck bloody sake. Can't believe this. This kind of shit really pisses. Really fucking annoys me. Shit bulba. Okay, what about this one? Not right, oh my god, indeed. Absolutely. Oh well, we have to do that again and then travel all the way back to the other one and so on and so forth. Alright, this is the best I'm gonna be able to fucking do. So I've got to redo this whole fucking thing all over again. Not right, you'd be so irritated. It really is irritating. Frustrating, annoying. gotta redo this whole fucking part here too again. Hello, Extreme. I hope things have been going well. Alrighty then, so let's continue. Going good, Extreme? Excellent. That's really good to hear. Oops, wrong way. You go up this way and then to the right. Alright, so we're almost back up to where I was before the game crashed. Can't kill enemies with the motorbike, but I can shoot them with the pistols while on the motorbike though. Alright, so we leave the motorbike about here for when we get to the point we need to rush. This time I'm going to actually do a manual save. Nope, didn't move it far enough. Alright, this is where it crashed before. Okay, so we've already done the other side. Now doing this side will then trigger the opening to where we need to go, and then because we need to be fast, I've got the motorbike in a spot where I can quickly get to it. That's further along, so I don't have to backtrack and lose time. You have got to be absolutely fucking bloody damn kidding me. Holy fuck. Like seriously, what the actual fuck? You would not credit that that would actually fucking happen. Alright, let's try this again. Alright, let's do this again. Again. What the fuck? Okay, I literally can't move it either way. So we have to reload the save and redo the puzzle again. You gotta love it. Mr. Gote, Lara being Lara again. It's not actually Lara's fault. It's just when I was driving the motorbike to get into the spot, apparently I didn't have enough run-up to be able to actually get run-up and acceleration to actually get there. How's it going, Mr. Gote? What the fuck is this game doing to me? Like seriously, I made a save. Well, I thought I made a save. This is putting me back. Here. Oh my god, game. What the fuck? I thought I saved after doing this part. Oh dear indeed, Extreme. That's been the situation with this whole playthrough so far. Mr. Gote, good. Just been vibing out mostly today. Oh, that's good to hear, dude. No, it forgot where I fucking was when I saved. Alright, let's put that there. Go this way. Alright, let's save again, even though if we have to reload the save, it'll forget where Lara was beforehand. Okay, now to do this puzzle. Again. Had the fucking game crash, then had to redo a whole fucking section, and then did this again, and then got on the motorbike and almost got to the final part, but then for some reason, even though I had a decent run up and was accelerating fast enough, the bike fell down the chasm. And then reloading the save that I made when I had already actually done the entering into this area, the game forgot where Lara was when I saved. So now we have to do this again. Oh yeah, Mr. Gote, so I'm playing the Xbox 360 version, but I'm using my Series S. Mr. Gote still got your Series S, surprisingly enough. Hasn't been turned on in a while though. Oh yeah, Mr. Gote, that's fair. Yeah, I had an Xbox One, but that died. And I wasn't too fussed about getting an Xbox Series X, so I just went with the S model, because that's really all they had, literally at the place I went to. So I was like, that's good enough. Alright, let's try this again.
Mayan hieroglyphs. The place of fear. It's definitely Xibalba, the Mayan land of the dead.
Mr. Gote, can you ask how did it die? I've never seen an Xbox die in a while, not since Xbox 360 days. Oh, not too sure actually, I never got it looked at. It just wouldn't turn on at all. And being a streamer, I needed to make sure I had a way to continue the playthroughs I was doing. Because I'm a masochist like that with deadlines and all that. So I was like, okay, need to buy a new console. Be right back. Alrighty then, I'm back. Thank you for the welcome back, Extreme. We can't leave the motorbike behind fully, we still need to use it, but I want to just clear the enemies, any potential enemies out that are ahead. What the fuck happened there? Like, seriously, I didn't jump off of anything, there was no enemy there, Lara just died. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, Mr. Goathead, it's pretty much it. I mean, in my redemption for Rest in Peace Lara, I do sort of jokingly put that, you know, Lara accidentally dies. I guess in that case it was a literal thing. She literally just accidentally died.
The Lords of Shibalba were said to kill visitors for sport by sending them into devious trap rooms.
Hello there, Octavius. Welcome, I hope things are going well. I'll just die on purpose, so I don't waste the health kit. Octavius, things are going well. You don't know for today how they are going because you just woke up. That is totally fair, Octavius. Well, I'm glad that up until this point things have been going well, and I hope that they continue to go well. Lara fried chicken, pretty much toasted, barbecued. It's extremely well done. Hang on. Alright, I was actually chewing on something. I wanted to wait till I was finished before I actually unmuted to say what I'm going to say. In this part coming up, the camera shows you an object that you need to pick up. There was one playthrough though, at the very moment when it showed, I was actually looking at chat, and I'm a streamer that doesn't blame chat for me deciding of my own free will when to look at chat and when not to. So it was one of those situations where my choice to look at chat was timed such that I missed the camera showing me where the object was. And so, when I actually continued on, guess what I didn't pick up? The object. I didn't realize that I hadn't picked up the object until I actually got Lara all the way back to the start of this whole part. Not the whole level, but this whole part, where you have the skull that you're supposed to put on one of the statues where it's missing. And so I had to backtrack all the damn way back. So never take your eyes off the game screen at this point, just in case you miss when the camera literally shows you the object, because it actually shows you the object up close where it is. Hang on, I do need the bike to do that run and jump. Well, not run and jump, but ride and jump. Leave the bike there. Alright, so here it is. See, the camera literally shows you the object that you need to pick up. But it was in that moment in one playthrough where I completely looked away from my game screen. There we go. Bootleg? Oh my god, it's Arnold Legion! Hello everyone, it's Arnold Legion here. And today, we're going to play some Tomb Raider Underworld 2008, where we use only dual pistols. This is part 1 of many. Thank you, Bootleg, for redeeming that as an Arnie impression. That was very well thought out and clever. I'll be finishing the game in one stream though, but I do put part 1 just in case, because you never know with some games and some playthroughs. But I've definitely got plenty of time up my sleeve to keep going until the game's finished. But there's a whole part later on in the game with an army of Thralls that keep on coming at you, and I mean, you can get through there without killing them all, so I won't have to kill them all, but it'll be one of those tricky spots where there'll probably be a lot of deaths.
The Midgard serpent Jormungandr that lies on the bottom of the ocean, encircling all the world. Coming of Ragnarok. Jormungandr thrashes beneath the sea, flooding the land and vomiting its deadly poison into the air. The final battle of the gods. Thor kills Jormungandr with his hammer, Mjolnir, but then he retreats only 9 steps before he succumbs to the serpent's venom.
Jormungandr. Bootleg, you came up with that on the spot as you came back from the shop, sat down and started watching again while eating. Very nice, Bootleg, that's good. Welcome back. I hope that you've been enjoying the food.
Ancient sites inspired underworld myths in later cultures. Perhaps because they were all protected by the Walking Dead.
Alright, so these enemies, you can't ultimately kill them unless you do a melee attack on them. Just to show, in case people weren't here earlier in the game when we came across one of these before. So that'll actually come back up after a while. So if you want to destroy them completely, you can't just use the pistols. So I'm allowed to kill them with the final move being an attack with the melee. So as you can see, the health is just going up. There we go, so that's one of the exceptions. Bootleg, you have quite a bit. You hadn't eaten all day since you did Twitch stuff last night till 10 AM. Oh, that's fair too, Bootleg. Definitely get some food into you when you need, you know, like, especially if you're doing stuff that is a lot of, like, time spent. Fuck, I didn't mean to hit that enemy. I was going for the one on the ground. But they didn't die, so that's all good. Not that this has a punishment applied to it if I fuck up. Bootleg, you need to take breaks like a normal streamer. You're going to try and officially cut off the chicken treat monster chips, about $70 worth in 2 weeks. Oh yeah, that's the other thing too, like how much stuff can cost over time and how that can eat into like your budget. Bootleg, been wondering if you could tell the staff there not to serve you for like a month. Hello there, Zareth. Tomb Raider, Rodworld. How's things? That doesn't look like Chris Hemsworth. Lara with that stance, it reminds me of that meme about that guy who's like not looking very impressed. Bootleg Rod Raider Under Legion. It's the second game in the series. Tomb World Legion Raider, the third game. Zareth, you're apparently awake. So your name's actually Alan Wake, is it? A Wake? bootleg, but Hey there, Crooked. Good day, Underworld Tomb Seni. How's it going? Hey there, Crooked. It's going well, thank you, Seni. Been a lot of deaths in this playthrough. Some have been redeemed, but a lot of other ones haven't. But this playthrough, I'm doing a dual pistols only run. I have to make an exception for these Thrall enemies. The only way to truly finish them off is when their health is down to 0. You have to stomp on them. If you don't, they'll just get back up eventually. So that's one of the exceptions. But it's been fun though, and going to be finishing the game in one stream though. It's not really a challenge that makes the playthrough longer or anything really, but I've had some game crashes, or one game crash I should say, which fucked me over. And then there was a save that didn't actually remember where Lara was literally put when I saved, and put her somewhere else. And I'm like, oh great. But yeah, overall, doing well. I mean, Lara's very deadly, so that checks out. That is true. Yes, and you don't want to get on the wrong side of Lara, that is for sure. How's things going with you, dude? As part of celebrating the franchise's 30th anniversary, I've also got Lara wearing the classic version, or variation I should say, of her classic Tomb Raider outfit. But it was funny because starting a new game from scratch, they don't let you actually choose your outfit until you get to the second level. And I accidentally went too far ahead before choosing the classic outfit, and the game literally wouldn't let me go back. So I was like, okay, I'll reload my save. Oh, sorry, your last save is before the level that you finished actually was finished. So I had to redo the rest of the first level. The end of the first level to get back to be able to actually choose the outfit for the second level. Crooked, glad to hear. That's cool that you'll be able to finish this in one stream. You're doing well, chugging away at work, and thankfully we'll be done much earlier than yesterday. Also worked a little bit on the exotic requests in Red Dead Redemption 2 last night. If it wasn't for online guides, you would already be insane, or at least more than you already are. That is 100% fair to use a guide, dude. I don't blame you. I definitely did as well to do the 100% checklist, because there's so much stuff that if you were to try and do it without a guide, it would take weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks potentially, because a lot of stuff doesn't necessarily stand out, especially with like the cave paintings and the dinosaur bones and all that kind of stuff too. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing well, Crooked. That's awesome. Hopefully work will go really quick. Yeah, some of the orchids seem to have very exact locations and don't spawn randomly, so it's really tricky finding them naturally. Oh, absolutely. Plus there's a lot of requests as well. So many. That was fun, especially because I couldn't really move the camera that well. I'm allowed to kill enemies with the pistols while on the bike, but I just can't kill them using the bike. So I had to be careful there too, that's why I just stayed put and kept shooting. As no surprise to anyone who knows how I like to hoard medikits in these games, I've got enough medikits to actually use. All that stuff that you saw me just do. If I had actually forgotten to collect this head thing, I would have had to backtrack all the way back to where it is. Crooked, imagine if they let you drive a motorcycle in a tomb in the reboot games. That would actually be really cool, because in the second Tomb Raider game, they gave Lara the ability to get onto vehicles, and then in Tomb Raider 3 as well, and the Last Revelation. But then in Tomb Raider Chronicles, you couldn't use a vehicle, and then in Tomb Raider, the Angel of Darkness couldn't use a vehicle either. So Legend was the next game after Tomb Raider 3, Tomb Raider Last Revelation, to have Lara be able to get on vehicles. But it's only for very specific points, of course. You can't have the vehicle from the start of the game till the end of the game. But it'd be good in the reboot if they do. It's quite tricky too, because you've got actually 3 different versions of Lara, and the new version is not entirely new. It's an amalgamation of all 3 versions of Lara, because you got the original classic Lara that with the outfit and the hairstyle, Then you've got this version of Lara with the grapple, and then you've got the survivor version of Lara with the pickaxe, with the climbing axe. So it's an amalgamation of the three versions of Lara, but it's also a follow-on from Shadow of the Tomb Raider as well, if that makes sense. So technically it's essentially survivor Lara from the reboot trilogy who is in the remake that's coming up. If it wasn't confusing enough. Like, this version is the version from the original, but combined with this version, which is also the version of the reboot of the third reboot of the remake. Shit. Crooked, I'm sure nobody will be confused. Oh, it gets better yet. The live action version of Lara, played by Sophie Turner, is actually going to be the same Lara that you play as in all the games, all the continuities combined. So yeah, Lara will be played by different people, but it'll be the same version of Lara, but just played by different people. Let's line this up and actually wait this time for everything to be sorted.
Zip, I have everything I need to get Thor's hammer. Do you have better coordinates for me?
Yeah, I enhanced your dad's photos of the map. I'm uploading to your PDA now.
And your other project?
Haven't tracked them down yet. I'm still working on it.
Very good. I'll call when I get to Jammayan Island.
Hey, you know that big expensive ship of Amanda's?
The one on the bottom of the Mediterranean?
Uh-huh, that one. She has a sister, the Tisiphone, anchored off the coast of Thailand. Looks like they're picking through your leftovers.
Excellent work, Zip. Thank you. You've earned some rest. I'll take it from here.
Be careful. When you see Amanda, give her my regards.
Wicked. So they made new Lara mentally ill with split personalities. Great. I mean, it's definitely very tricky to combine all three together. The big thing that is a bit of a discrepancy between the three versions is Lara's parents. So in the original continuity, Lara's parents don't get killed, or they don't die. They're still very much alive, well into Lara's adult life. And because Lara in the older games was in her 30s, it means that there's a lot of years worth of story that, when you look at what this game does, well, what Anniversary does, I should say, and you look at what the 2013 reboot does, because Lara's in her 20s in the Survivor trilogy, it means that combining elements of the classic Lara with, you know, her outfit and all that kind of stuff, applying that to Survivor Lara and adding a few years worth of time onto her life, because Survivor Lara hasn't experienced the things that classic Lara did, it means that they can still have her experience those things. So, for example, the Dagger of Zion, for example, the version of Lara in Tomb Raider Anniversary hasn't yet actually gone after that, and neither has Survivor Lara. So, technically, with what they're doing, if you take Survivor Lara and you actually allow her to go to the locations and stuff that classic Lara went to, that then is like a retelling of those events, you know. So it's not necessarily the classic version of Lara. It's not the anniversary legend version of Lara, but it's the Survivor Lara given the characteristics of classic Lara. So it's definitely confusing, but yeah, they've taken elements of all those other versions, but the version of Lara that we see is ultimately the Survivor Lara version, who by the events of the remake that they're doing could potentially have experienced a lot of stuff that the other versions of Lara had already experienced, and that kind of stuff. But I guess Catalyst, the next game after the remake, is probably going to be a better indicator of where things lie with what things Lara has done. My guess is with the remake that in part of the story it'll probably cover some things from Legend, Anniversary and Underworld era as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some references to Amanda, for example, or if there's, you know, something to that effect. That animated series, Legend of Lara Croft, that's also the same Lara that is in the Survivor trilogy, that is also in the remake that's coming out, that is also in Catalyst as well, coming out. So the motorcycle thing reminds you of the second movie, Riding Along the Great Wall of China. Yeah, that was a memorable moment from that movie, Sona. I mean, they definitely didn't get permission to ride a motorcycle on that, so it's all CG backgrounds and stuff. But yeah, that's something that happens in the second movie, Cradle of Life. Thank you very much, Wicked, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. Fastest way to the bottom. It was good timing, actually, that you redeemed it, since we have this great height that we're at. So would you like me to do the swan dive down from where Lara is at the moment? Ouch. Thank you, Wicked, for redeeming the Rest in Peace Lara. Putting the die into dive. I like how the wheels of the bike were still going.
Hall of the Slain. Valhalla, Odin's Hall, where the warriors who died in battle came to feast and prepare to fight in the final battle of Ragnarok. That makes this Valgrind the Gate of the Dead. Old is that gate, and how to unbolt it, few now know. Where are the Valkyries when you need them?
Lizzie, whoops. Not you, literally not seeing the redemption. Oh, that's all good. Yeah, that swan dive was the redeemed death, but the other ones after were accidental ones. Hey there, Ogorki. How's your day going today? Nice, Ogorki. That's really good. That you're going great. Lizzie went from oh no to oh, it was planned. In my playthrough of Tomb Raider Legend, Lizzie, the game has QTE sequences, and the amount of button presses you need to do just is different, you know, for each sequence. So I had a channel point redeem that I made where the redeemer of it, and thank you Wicked again for redeeming it, guaranteed that for the entire playthrough when it came to QTE sequences, I had to fail each button press once as I went through the sequence. So there's definitely a lot of dying in Tomb Raider Legend. Wicked free, rest in peace on the house. That is true. That's what it technically is when I accidentally die without meaning to in the game. Exactly, Ogorki, it was the wind. The wind is very, very dangerous. It can also steal things too. Valhalla. It's funny how it kept on going even though Lara by that point was already safely holding. Oh, and of course it wasn't close enough. Lizzie, she's finally on the ground. That is true. On the safety of the ground, for now at least. So we can't take the motorbike anywhere anymore. There is secrets that you can get. I'm not worried about getting them in this playthrough, but it requires using the motorbike and other stuff to get them. But yeah, that's the end of the motorcycle sections of the game. You were saying, Lizzie? Yeah, Lizzie is like, damn it. Bootleg, see you later, Rod. Back to XCOM for you. No trouble at all, Bootleg. I hope that XCOM goes well. Thank you so much for being here. Would like to definitely recommend people check out Bootleg's channel. Doing some XCOM Enemy Unknown at the moment. I hope that your gaming session goes well. I did not know there was a spider about to be there. So yeah, that doesn't count. Bootleg, well done, Rod. Accidental funny. Yeah. Wasn't expecting the spider to be there to die from the environmental thing. But yeah. Ouch! Fucking hell, damn. Wasn't expecting that. Hitting the wall and making the crunch and then bouncing off it. Brutal. Yeah, not right. That was crazy. Wasn't expecting that. I thought she'd just fall along the wall.
These Yeti creatures inspired the Viking stories of frost giants.
usually what I do is build up the adrenaline and then do an adrenaline headshot on the enemy, and that'll destroy it in one hit when you do it that way. But for this challenge, I'm not allowed to do that. The only thing I was allowed to do as an exception to using the dual pistols was to finish the enemy off completely. I have to actually do that melee stomp, so that's the only exception for not using pistols. But I had to use the pistols to get his health down all the way to 0 temporarily. That's the only way to deal with them, because not being able to use the adrenaline headshot means I can't use that, and also you have to kill it by stomping on it, otherwise it will come back to life.
Thor, greatest of my sons, and the greatest weapon on Earth, are at last reunited. Upon my return, through rituals old and the power of Mjolnir, together we will open the seals of Helheim and fulfill our destinies.
Lara's worthy.
Mjolnir, slayer of giants and the Midgard serpent. More importantly, the key to Helheim, wherever that is. Time to pay Natla a visit.
Octavius, old video handheld cameras. Good old times. Good rod times. It's so funny when you see things that at one time were state of the art. Gonna make a save just in case the game crashes. Lizzie always knew she was a warrior. 100% Lizzie. No, Octavius, but I had seen one being used, and yeah, it's so funny, you know, seeing that kind of stuff. Especially nowadays too, as well. But yeah, I never actually had one myself. Being dual pistols only in this challenge, it means I'm not allowed to use Mjolnir, which might seem weird, but it's a dual pistols only challenge, so we can't use Thor's hammer. Lizzie will know you hate that. I'll probably have to keep making sure I switch to the pistols every time I die. Thank you, Vegas, for the lurking, and thank you very much as well for the 3 years, 7 months, 18 days, and 15 hours of followage as well. That is great, Vegas. Hope things are going well.
Ah, when the big man was killed, its blood was on the leaves. If it bleeds, we can kill it.
Thank you very much, Vegas, for redeeming that as a Bane impression from the movie Predator. Thank you very much. Octavius, this ship and with the rain reminds you of the first scene in Metal Gear Solid 2 with Raiden. Oh yeah, that was a game that I played a little bit of, but I never actually finished that one. Lizzie, by the way, right, it's 3 AM and you have a headache, so you need to go to bed. Sorry you couldn't stay longer. That is absolutely no worries at all, Lizzie, that is for sure. Sorry to hear that you've got a headache. I hope that you'll be able to get something to relieve you of it. And it's totally understandable too, being 3 AM as well on top. So I hope that you get better soon. And thank you so much for being here and watching and chatting as well. That's no worries, Vegas. Such a great movie, that one. I still think it's the best one. I mean, I haven't seen all of them. I didn't see the fourth one. And I haven't seen Prey or the Badlands one. But of the ones that I have seen, the first three movies, I think the first one is still the best. I know there's Alien vs Predator, but I mean, the pure movies that just have Predator in it, not Alien. I think the first Predator movie is the best out of the first three Predator movies.
Avalon, Helheim, I don't care what it's called. Where is it?
Look at all you've done. Incredible. I will never doubt you again.
Tell me now.
Very well. But before you put him to death, tell me, are you prepared to wait for Odin to appear and perform the ritual to open Helheim?
And you know this ritual, of course.
I'm sure you've realized that I want to get to Avalon just as much as you do. But neither of us can go alone. You need my ritual, and I need your hammer.
When you step out of line, you'll get it. Stop! You destroyed my home. You killed Alistair!
I got what I wanted. Isn't that all we care about?
You can die too!
Lara, you really are a woman after my own heart.
Get out of my sight.
Meet you there.
Vegas, the first Predator was and will always be the best. Predator 2 was also a great film. Yeah, I like the change up to a whole different setting, and I also think that it's early enough in the franchise that it's not that far I mean, it's a few years difference between the release of 1 and 2, but it's not too far away from the first movie, so it still feels like it's part of the same DNA. Whereas when you look at the third Predators movie, which was 2010, from 1990 to 2010, that's a big jump. Gorky, thank you very much for redeeming a rest in peace, Lara. Lara can't actually die from drowning, but if you want, I can have Lara die from being killed by the shark. Like me to pick, Gorky? Awesome. Well, let's have Lara be shark food. There we go, Gorky. Thank you for redeeming that. Laura. Dual pistols only. Alright.
Mother? Mother, it's me. It's Lara. No. No. My mother is dead. My mother is dead. My mother died a long time ago. You're not my mother.
I've lived many times longer than your entire civilization, and I've never seen such delicious irony. When I heard what happened to the wife of the great Richard Croft, I knew I could set him on a desperate quest to find what I desired most. Then he betrayed me in Thailand, and for that, I killed him myself. But when you showed up with Thor's gauntlet, I knew I could send you off in your father's footsteps, confident they would lead us to this very spot.
You seem to have forgotten what I would be holding.
When I made this creature for Amanda, she had no idea that my true purpose was to have the means to destroy you at this very moment. The two of you never suspected that you were mere actors in my play. And so it ends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a serpent to raise.
Finish you off, but the Midgard serpent will tear the world apart, and only Thor's hammer can stop it. So, I'll hold him off.
Jormungandr is the network of tectonic ridges that encircles the Earth on the ocean floor. And we stand now on its weakest point, where the ancient supercontinent Pangea first broke in two. When this relic unleashes its fury below, the very seams of the planet will burst. The Midgard serpent will rise up and spew poison into the air. All the world will be consumed by fire and ash. Ragnarok! The seventh age is upon us!
Ha ha game, very funny. Hey there, Shilla. Ahoy to you as well, dude. I'm doing pretty well. This is the final part of the game. So almost done. I hope things are going well for you, dude. We're allowed to use Thor's hammer for smashing those things. It's the only way to destroy those things that Lara just destroyed. Excellent, that's great to hear, Shilla, that you're going good. Absolutely, Schiller, yeah. Yeah, this is the final part of the game. Hey, good morning, Lucinda. How's your morning going so far? Tomb Raider Underworld is going well. Gonna be finishing. This is the final part of the game. I had a game crash earlier, and the last save that I had was after, was before doing all this shit. So I had to redo all that again. And then earlier, when I wanted to change Lara's outfit to the classic, I accidentally chose a different outfit, but it wouldn't let me go back. So I had to start the level, then reload a save, and the only save I had was at the end of the previous level, so I had to do the last part of the last level again to be able to then choose the outfit for the next level I was up to. That I actually wanted, because to celebrate the franchise's 30th anniversary, I wanted to have Lara wearing the classic outfit, and the game won't let you for the first level. So, that was annoying as well. Crashes, yes. Gotta love when they happen. Then there was a moment where I reloaded a save because I died and the save put me way back. It's like, oh, that's nice, lol. It really is when that happens. But overall it's been going well. The challenge hasn't been that difficult. But there are enemies that take a lot more shots if you're just using the pistols. Your morning is going well. It's your late day at work, so you have an extra hour to have a slow-paced morning. Well, that is good. That's really good to have that extra hour up your sleeve. Then you don't have to feel like you're rushing or anything like that. challenge added Tuesday nights back to your stream schedule. You captured 5 forts in Resync last night, setting you up for some calmer waters and fast travel points. Very nice. That's good too as well. Being able to put some extra, time back in gives you some more progress as well. That's really good.
Serpent. Thor dies from its venom anyway.
Not if you clear the corridor and get us out of here.
Out of juice, just like Bolivia. The good news is we saved the world. The bad news is now we're gonna die here. Huh, just like your mother.
Wait. Mother must have tried to use it to escape, but didn't know how. If pulling out these artifacts always brings you here, what will happen if I'm already here?
Maybe you'll go to hell.
Damn it! I can't reach the sword. But you can.
What about you?
I can reach you if you hold out your hand.
You trust me?
We're out of time, Amanda. So it's back to this, is it?
What? You think we're even?
Would killing me make us even? Goodbye, Mother. Rest in peace.
there we go, that's the first reboot trilogy complete. We've had first reboot trilogy. What about second reboot trilogy? That'll be the next 3 games in the series I'll be doing now that I've finished this game. So this is where this version of Lara's games ended. However, with the remake of the original coming out next year, that version of Lara is the same one as in the 2013 reboot, except years later. And so potentially characters like Amanda that we just saw there one final time could also be in the remake as well, because they're combining the original version of Lara in terms of like the look and also giving her the grapple that this version of Lara had, and then the survivor Lara all combined into one. So because the Lara Croft in the Survivor trilogy was in her 20s and classic Lara and this Lara were in her 30s, it means there's plenty of years for reboot Lara to meet the same people and experience the same things and all that kind of stuff. So that's how they're working it now. Crooked, thank you very, very much for using your bits to enlarge the GG's emote. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for the GG's. That's 9 games in the series, 9 main entries done, 3 left to go. Thank you, Sheila, for the GG's. Thank you very much. Thank you for the GG's, Ogorki. Thank you very much. And the Cinder, thank you for the GG's too. Thank you. And thank you, Not Fry, for the GG's as well. Appreciate it. not going through these, just wanted to put something else on the screen to stop the game from automatically going into the intro movie it always plays if you leave it. So there we go, that is the end of my Tomb Raider Underworld playthrough, doing the dual pistols only challenge. A way to make this challenge more difficult would just be to basically play on the higher difficulty. I just played on normal, and there wasn't any parts that were really difficult just using the pistols, and also there's parts that you can just bypass. Once you reach the cutscene trigger, then that's it. So I was able to use that to my advantage as much as possible too. But still, it was good to do that with this game, because in this game they also made it that Lara could shoot at individual enemies at the same time with her pistols, whereas with all the other games she shot both pistols at the one target at the same time. You couldn't have her shoot one target to her left and then one to her right with both until this game. So that was fun to do, and the next Tomb Raider game that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider 2013. I'm not actually going to start that today though. That'll be next Thursday. No, next Monday, sorry. Yeah, next Monday is when that will be. Today is Wednesday, so Monday, Tuesdays and Wednesdays is still Tomb Raider. So I've got 3 games left in the series: Tomb Raider 2013, Rise of the Tomb Raider, as well as Shadow of the Tomb Raider. And for the 2013 game, I'm not going to go over the details of what I've got planned for that, but one of the aspects will be not being able to upgrade weapons and not also be able to get abilities. There is one ability, as in the game forces you to choose one ability out of what they give you to actually activate, and you can't avoid it. If you try to back out, it just won't let you. So there will be one ability that I will be able to get, but I'm going to try and make it something that is, you know, very much not an advantage, like maybe something like get your arrows back or something, which doesn't really give you much of a major advantage. But there's also other things that I'm doing, and I'm going to be calling it an old school playthrough, so there'll be certain other requirements in that as well. But that'll be on Monday. Thank you very much everyone for watching the stream. I really appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Resident Evil 2 Remake. I didn't get a chance to do it earlier before this Tomb Raider stream, so I'm going to move what I would have done earlier with that game to my Thursday. So it'll be Thursday and Friday that Resident Evil 2 Remake will be the early game. The late game on Thursday will be Assassin's Creed Odyssey. And I just realized I didn't update my schedule to have Tomb Raider Underworld as the game. I've still got Tomb Raider Legend there. Shit, oh well, it's too late now. Restart the whole playthrough. No, just kidding. Thank you very much, Max, for the GGs. Cheers, I really appreciate it. That's okay, Not Fry. I definitely will have a good rest of my night, for sure. And that's okay, Gorky, for the stream. Absolutely no worries at all. You have a good one too, thank you very much. Max Legend again. Yeah, it's like, damn it, I forgot to update the schedule. Oh well, need to go back to the games that was last listed on the schedule. Before I end, I'd like to give some shout outs to some streamers that I'd like to recommend.